Thank you. Please be seated. Today is Thursday, September 22nd, 2022. This is the case of State of Ohio plaintiff versus George Washington Wagner IV, case number 2018 CR 155, and today is another day of jury trial. We've convened here in the absence of the jurors. The defendant is present in court. He is represented by his attorneys John Parker and Richard Nash. The State of Ohio is represented by the prosecuting attorney Rob Junk, and also by special prosecuting attorneys Angela Canepa and Andrew Wilson. Also present is Ryan Scheiderer, special agent with Ohio, BCI and I. We've convened here in the absence of jurors. A motion was filed earlier this morning, motion number 111, entitled Motion for Mistrial, and the court intended to give counsel an opportunity to argue that motion prior to the jurors being brought in. An oral motion was made yesterday, which the court had indicated it was overruling. However, this written motion was filed this morning, so the court wants to give counsel an opportunity to argue that. And so, Mr. Parker or Mr. Nash, on behalf of the defendant, are you ready to argue this motion?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Is the state ready to have this argued now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate the opportunity. As you just stated, we did make an oral motion yesterday. We needed to memorialize it by written motion, and I failed to make a couple of the details in the arguments, which I placed in the written motion. But, Your Honor, the point here is that the state has repeatedly used gruesome photographs, mainly from the crime scenes of the victims and through the testimony of the coroner, the various autopsy photographs of the victims. And it's important to emphasize to the court that, the case against my client, George Wagner, is about complicity. All right, that's been the state's theory throughout all this. He's not a shooter. And we've never put into controversy, it's not a point of contention about the manner or cause of death of these various victims. They were all shot to death. That's very clear. We've never disputed any of that. It's very clear that there are 3 different types of guns that were used. We've never disputed any of that. The question is whether my client was complicit with the people that did the shooting, the person or people that did the shooting. That's really the issue before this jury now. It's not whether Jake Wagner or whoever fired the fatal shots. That'll be established quite clearly. But to continue to repeatedly use these gruesome photographs against my client when he is not the shooter, it's unfair. And even if the evidence is somehow marginally relevant, and we're not conceding that point, but even if it's marginally relevant to some issue in the case, there's still the danger of unfair prejudice, which the court must weigh under the evidence rules, under the due process clause, to ensure my client is getting a fair trial. So, the case I cited yesterday, I cite once again in here that photos are admissible if relevant and probative of a disputed issue, and especially with the coroner. It's not in dispute the manner and cause of death. And so, these photographs are difficult to look at, and they're not relevant, and they're not probative of a disputed issue in this case. And so we filed this written motion because we're going to go into scene 3 today, all right? And then at some point we'll go into scene 4, and we're going to have a repetition of gruesome photographs, both from the crime scene and eventually from the coroner. And so we bring this up now, and we want a continuing objection on the record, so we're not interrupting every time the photograph is shown, because we have a contemporaneous objection rule, and I don't want to be accused of waiving any objection, but I don't think it's also necessary to object every time a photograph is shown, otherwise it's just too disruptive. So I want a continuing objection on the record to make it very clear we're not waiving this issue, and we think it's gone too far at this point, given that my client is accused only of complicity here. That's the state's theory of complicity. Thank you, Judge.
Let me say before I hear from the state, the one difficulty with the continuing objection is that we have several photographs that go up. Some of them might not be what you would have described as gruesome. So I'm not sure whether you're objecting to all photographs or how the court would know which ones that you feel should not be viewed.
I'm happy to object to each one that I think, if that's what the court wants me to do. I have no problem with that, but I don't want to be accused of trying to throw the state off its pace or its case here. But I think, you know, the most gruesome ones are pretty obvious, right? They're the close-up photographs. You know, if there's a bullet hole in a victim and they show it from 6 different angles, and they shave the person's hair, and then they get closer and they get closer and they get closer, this becomes gruesome. It's repetitive. It's not necessary. All right. When a victim is lying in bed and has been shot and killed, perhaps one photograph will accomplish whatever goal they think is necessary, not 5 or 6 from this angle, that angle, this angle, that angle. It becomes repetitive and gruesome. The close-ups are just not necessary. We're not contesting the caliber of the bullet. We're not contesting the cause and manner of death. And if you want me to object with each photograph, I'm more than happy to do that. But that's our position.
Well, I think that it would be a clearer record if you objected to the ones that you felt should not be shown, as opposed to just having a continuing objection, because some of the photographs I think you may not find to be objectionable. So in order to make the record clear, I think that would be
We're happy to do that.
on behalf of the state.
Your Honor, some of these arguments we made yesterday, but first of all, would note for the record that at sidebar on several instances that Mr. Parker has not objected to the jurors seeing the photographs, only that we were publishing them on the big screens, and the impact that had on the audience, etc. So this is a different argument now with the impact of the jurors. So I would say that he has not yet objected to the photos that have come in thus far. Additionally, Your Honor, the state has the burden of proof in this case. We have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of the offense. We have to first prove that there was an aggravated murder before we can have George be complicit in any of those where he was not the shooter. Again, we've repeatedly said that the state's theory is not necessarily that George was not a shooter. So establishing the weapons that were used, the positions the bodies were in, also again goes to corroborate Jake Wagner's statements about what happened, because this evidence will corroborate a great deal of that, Your Honor. You know, the number of shooters in this case is absolutely a disputed fact. So again, I said back in chambers, we've been very conservative in our displaying of photos. One of the cases that Mr. Parker cited states that we cannot, courts have been almost universal in their condemnation of omitting photographs depicting the victim's body after it has been subject to autopsy procedures. We have not shown a single one of those where, you know, when they do their internal exams, that's what this is referencing. Even though there was certainly some probative value to be gained from that, we on our own volition chose not to show those. But, you know, as far as the shaving and then showing that has been important to Dr. Lohman's testimony when she's talking about stippling or other things that are visible. And again, it helps the jury to be able to see what she is talking about. So, and once again, Your Honor, the number of victims in this case is not the state's due, right? That has nothing to do. The number of photos per individual, you know, is certainly not objectionable, especially because we are trying to be very conservative about that. So again, the state feels that everything that we have put into evidence so far is important to connecting the dots later for the jury in proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of each and every offense in this case. The burglaries, the aggravated burglaries, the aggravated murders, it's not just the murders that are on trial here. So we would respectfully request the court to overrule the motion for mistrial again.
I have noticed, just based on the numbers used here, that if the numbers indicate the number of photographs you have, that you're not using all of your photographs, or maybe what you might even describe as nearly all of the photographs that you have. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, we are trying to not, overexpose the jurors to, these gruesome photos, just from the aspect of, they probably don't appreciate it. So we're trying to only show them what we feel is necessary to prove the elements in this case.
Is it the state's position that some of these photographs are relevant for other purposes other than to show cause of death?
Absolutely, Your Honor. And one of the biggest things I said, in opening statement, they basically said that Jake Wagner is a liar, because Jake Wagner absolutely says that his brother, George, accompanied them, helped prepare for the murders, helped conceal the murders afterwards, and was present and entered the residences, etc. So any piece of evidence that we can introduce that corroborates the remaining part of Jake's statement is absolutely of high probative value to the state.
Anything further from the defense?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right. The court will overrule defendant's motion number 111 entitled Motion for Mistrial. And the court will consider at a later point 110, which had to do with judicial notice of the fact that 3122 Union Hill Road, what I'm being asked to find by judicial notice is that is in Sauter County, Ohio, and the court will defer ruling on that. So is counsel ready now to have the jury brought in on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
On behalf of the
Yes,
defense?
Judge.
I think the jury's out. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It's good to see all of you here this morning. We are beginning another day of our jury trial in this matter, State of Ohio versus George Washington Wagner IV. Yesterday, at the end of the day, you'll recall that we had finished, counsel for each side had finished questioning Dr. Karen Lohman. And so we're still on the state side of the case. Is the state ready to proceed today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, thank you.
All right, the state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Brian White to the stand, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
Yes, sir.
You may be seated. And the state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Doing fine, thanks.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Brian White.
Okay. And can you please tell us what you do for a living?
Currently, I am a lieutenant with the Madison County Sheriff's Office, which is in London, Ohio. I oversee the Investigations Bureau.
Okay. And when did you become the lieutenant in charge of investigations at the Madison County Sheriff's Office?
In January of 2019.
And prior to January of 19, where did you work?
I was deputy sheriff in Clark County from 1996 to 2008, and then from 2008 to 2018, I was a BCI special agent assigned to crime scene.
Okay. So approximately 10 years as a crime scene agent for Ohio BCI.
That's correct.
And can you tell us, do you have an approximation of how many say felony crime scenes have you processed during that tenure?
Well over 300.
Okay. And is that felonies or homicides?
It's death investigations, homicides. That's not counting the other types of felony crimes we would investigate.
Okay. So well over 300 homicide scenes or death investigations that you have processed the crime scene for.
That's correct.
Correct? Okay. And can you tell us what kind of specialized training have you received in crime scene investigations? And do you need to look at this?
I can state generally.
Okay.
Over 1,200 hours of crime scene and/or investigative trainings to include crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, crime scene reconstruction, and various other miscellaneous crime scene classes such as 3D scanning, just anything involving forensics. I've been to a class. I'm also certified through the state of Ohio as a master evidence technician, which also is training in forensics and crime scene processing, as well as a graduate of the National Forensic Academy through the University of Tennessee, which is a 400-hour forensic crime scene training program.
Okay. And you learn things like how to collect fingerprints or blood swabs and things
Correct.
like that. Things you do at a crime scene.
Things that
basically.
yes, the skills and tools necessary to be able to collect evidence properly.
Okay. And would you say that as a crime scene agent for 10 years at BCI that you became one of the more senior, I don't mean older, but more senior, more experienced crime scene agents there?
That is correct. I was the second most senior when I was in the union.
And would also often fill in for your supervisor when he was not?
Yeah, I was in charge anytime my supervisor was off. So I would fill in for him in making those supervisory duties, assigning cases, reading reports, that type of thing.
Okay. And you indicated you worked at Clark County Sheriff's Office prior to that for 12 years.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
I was a road deputy, went into the Detective Bureau in 2001, got promoted to sergeant in 2006, and then left in 2008 to go to BCI.
Okay. Lieutenant, I would like to direct your attention to the date of April 22nd of 2016 regarding your work in the Rhoden homicide case. First of all, you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And can you tell us, how did you find out about this? How were you summoned to respond?
As a crime scene agent at BCI, we would take our vehicles home with us that carried all of our equipment we needed to process a crime scene. So on this particular morning, I was on my way to meet a couple people for breakfast. I'd left my house. We were meeting at 9 o'clock, so it was prior to that. I get a phone call from my supervisor that said he needed agents to respond, crime scene agents to respond to Pike County. And at the time, we were told of 2 victims at the initial notification. During my conversation with my supervisor, it had went to 5 victims. So additional manpower from crime scene was called to respond. And then we met at the Piketon Police Department, was where everybody was going to meet up prior to going to the actual crime scenes. And then by the time we all get there to Piketon, that's when we learned that we had 8 total victims with 4 different crime scenes.
Okay. And when you met there, first of all, was it just crime scene agents, or were there other individuals also kind of meeting at that location?
It was primarily crime scene agents to start off, but there were other agents that were filtering in as the day went on, and some initial responded as well. Special Investigations, or SIU, was as a unit at BCI that assists law enforcement with actually investigating the cases. Some of those agents had responded. There was also some narcotics agents that had responded. Some cyber crimes agents had responded. So it was a mix throughout the day of different divisions within BCI.
Okay. And you touched on something there, that is it true that sometimes BCI is just called in to help process a crime scene and not assist with any other part of the investigation?
That's correct. We have done that many occasions, where the crime scene unit will get called to do nothing but evidence collection and crime scene processing, and no other units at BCI will assist in the investigation, just crime scene itself.
Okay. But then in other instances, Special Investigations, SIU, is asked to assist as well.
That's correct.
And the cyber unit, sometimes they work alongside you if, for instance, you retrieve some devices that need processed further.
Right. They analyze anything electronic that may contain evidence. So it was nothing for them to come out with us on a scene, and they would either point out electronic stuff for us to collect, or they would collect it themselves. So we worked with them quite frequently.
Okay. Can you tell me, how are you notified by a particular county that they need your assistance?
There is an 800 number that you could call BCI 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that goes to a radio room or a dispatch center. And then they will take the initial information from the law enforcement agency, and then they will notify whichever supervisor of the unit needs to be notified. For instance, with crime scene, we had a north supervisor and a south supervisor. I was assigned to Southern Ohio, so my supervisor was different than the northern unit. So depending on where the call was in the state, depending on which supervisor got called, then the supervisor would call the agent.
Okay. And who was your supervisor at that time?
It was Gary Wilgus at the time.
Okay. And were you assigned to process one of the scenes in this case?
I was. I was assigned to process 3122 Union Hill Road, and that was where Dana, Chris Jr., and Hannah were located.
Okay. And was that sometimes referred to by the investigators as scene 3?
That's correct. Scene 3 was, there was what we did internally for keeping track of everything purposes is we had scene 1, scene 2, scene 3, and scene 4, and I was assigned scene 3.
Okay. And those numbers were basically based off of the order in which the various crime scenes were discovered?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, this is where you can see it. Are you able to see it
Mhm.
from
Yep.
that vantage point?
Yeah.
Okay, this is State's Exhibit C-434. Can you tell us, Lieutenant, if you recognize that location?
Right, that's the property, an aerial view of the property located 3122 Union Hill Road.
Okay. And that is, in fact, the scene that you processed that day?
That is correct.
Did you have another agent with you helping you to process that scene?
Yes, Special Agent Perry Roser was assisting me there at the scene.
Okay. And did each of the scenes get 2 agents to process the scene?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And was there a lead agent designated as to each scenes as well?
Yes, we did that oftentimes, just not in this case, but in other cases, there would be more than one crime scene agent assigned to a particular scene. There was a lead agent assigned and then an assisting agent. In this particular case, I was the lead agent for scene number 3.
Okay. And can you tell us, after having received your assignment at the Piketon Government Center or Police Department, what did you do at that point?
Once we got our assignments, it was all pretty much simultaneous. We went to the actual property, Special Agent Roser and I, and we were met there by law enforcement, uniformed law enforcement that had the scene secured. And basically, they kind of pointed a few things out from the outside. And we walked around the property. They showed us a few things. We had a search warrant that was drafted and signed by a judge before we entered the residence before processing. So we started on the outside, taking photographs, and then moved to the inside.
Okay. And what information, if any, did you have about the number of victims and what their status was?
Very basic information at the beginning, that we had 3 victims. Each were in their beds, in a bedroom, in the house, 3 separate rooms. The responding deputies, or the deputies that secured everything, said it appeared they had been shot. All victims had been shot. So with that was the basic information that we had at the time.
Okay. And you indicated that there was also some items that were pointed out to you on the outside of that residence?
Correct.
Do you remember what kinds of things those were?
There were a couple cigarette butts that were on the side, next to the sidewalk leading up to the entrance of the house. Around in the backyard, there was a $5 bill that was just laying in the grass. Those were the three most important items that we found outside.
Okay. And you indicated that you had to wait until you got the search warrant to begin your actual processing of the scene. Do you recall approximately what time you started processing that scene?
I think approximately it was 2:30-ish in the afternoon, give or take. It was around that time.
And can you tell us, Lieutenant, when you're processing a scene, first of all, do you start on the outside and then go in?
Generally, yes. We try to do it the same way each time, and obviously you can't do it the same way every time with every scene because you have you could have different things that make you alter what you do, but different variables. But this particular case, yes, we started from the outside. We photographed everything on the outside, and then we moved to the inside, photographing everything on the inside before any evidence collection. And we photographed the scene as it is upon our arrival. So that's how I saw it, and those are the photographs that I take.
Okay. And so you take them before you manipulate or
Yep.
collect or mark anything?
That is correct.
Correct, okay. And when you are processing, excuse me, for instance, the outside of a scene, do you have a particular order you go in generally?
Generally, I like to do things clockwise around the property, or even if I'm inside, unless something dictates otherwise, I like to work in a clockwise fashion when I can.
Okay. And do you recall if that is how you process this scene, or I guess I should say, photo documented it, right? Because you're
Yes.
taking pictures as you're walking around the
That's
property,
correct. And it was in a clockwise manner.
Okay. I'm going to, you should, when that comes up, it should show in front of you. Is it showing in front of you?
No.
That's not the way it's supposed to go.
There it is.
Okay. So there will be a picture that appears on that screen in front of you that is also above you on the bigger screen in the courtroom.
Okay.
And what I would like to do is show you a photograph, ask you to identify it if you can, and then I'll ask you generally where on that property you are. And there is a pointer right there beside
Okay.
your microphone. It does extend out for that use. State's Exhibit C1, 7639.
So that's a photograph of the mailbox and the front of the property, and it's out. The mailbox is out in this area by the road, and then the photograph would have been taken from this, pointed back towards the house.
Okay.
And it shows 3122 on the mailbox and the name Rhoden.
Okay. So basically identifies that location for your identification purposes for future use and for purposes such
Correct.
as this. Okay. And then C2, which is 7640.
That's a photograph from standing in the front yard area right outside of the house, and it's a photograph that is taken towards the red barn, and it shows the crime scene tape that's up and also two vehicles that are there.
Okay. C3, which is 7641.
Again, that's standing in the front yard area of the property, and that's taken back, photograph that's taken back towards the red barn, towards the front of the property. Again, showing the yellow crime scene tape and the vehicle in front of the barn.
Okay. C4, which is 7642.
And again, this is standing in the front yard area of the house and then taking a photograph of the front of the property, of the house itself, from in front of it.
Okay. And C6, which is 7644. Can you tell us what that is?
That's a Bud Light, aluminum Bud Light bottle that one of the deputies had pointed out as the scene was being secured, and it's in the front yard area, close to the road.
Okay. And is that orange cone something you would have placed there, or was that already placed there?
No, that was already there.
Okay. For them to point out to whoever ended
That's
up
correct.
processing the scene. Okay. C7, which is 7645.
Again, this is just another photograph, moving, again, starting, photographing here and then moving clockwise around the property. This is a photo of the front of the house. And it also shows the crime scene tape.
Okay. C10, which is 7648.
This is a photograph showing from moving around the property. This is showing this side of the house and the crime scene tape that's up around it.
C12 is 7650, and again, you're just kind of working your way around in that clockwise fashion that you talked about.
That's correct.
Okay.
Still in the front yard, taking a photograph of the house, front of the house.
C15, which is 7653.
So this is a photograph, it would be over on this side of the residence, photographing that backside or the side of the house, and it shows the addition that's that's been built on the residence.
Okay. And you can still see part of the front of the residence along with that.
Yeah, basically it's this corner. I'm photographing this corner of the house.
Okay. C18, which is 7656. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yeah, that's standing on further back in this area and taking a photograph of this side end of the house here is what that's showing. And that's further back in the backyard towards that fence is separates kind of the front from the back, and that's getting closer to the backyard.
Okay. And then C17, which is 7655.
Again, that's the fence that runs on the property, and it runs on the backside of the property, so it's back in here. It goes right around in there.
Okay. And then C21, which is 7659.
And that's a photograph that's actually in the back of the, it's on the side here, but it's further back in this area, and I've crossed the fence.
Okay. And there appears to be a white bucket, I believe, in kind of the mid to left area of that photograph. Do
Yes.
you see that object?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know what that is?
Yeah, that was placed there. That's what's covering the $5 bill that the deputies pointed out to us.
Okay, and again, that was placed there before your arrival?
That's correct.
So that they could show it to you?
Yes.
C22, which is 7660.
So I'm still in the backyard, and I'm moving around, getting further back to get the rear of the residence.
Okay, and again, you can kind of through those trees on the left-hand side of that photograph, kind of see the
Right.
garage slash barn.
Yes,
there.
that's, yeah, you can see this side of it.
Okay. C23, which is 7661. And can you tell us what that is?
Again, that's in the backyard, back part of the house. So I'm in this area here behind the house, and I'm photographing this area of the house and the property.
Okay, and then C27, 7665.
That's more of a, in the backyard there, and that's more of a mid-range type photograph, not too close, not too far away, showing the white bucket.
Okay, and then C28, 7666.
That's a photograph of what's under the white bucket, and it's a $5 bill laying on the top of the grass.
Okay, so you had, at this point, moved that bucket to observe that.
That's correct.
What was underneath it. Okay.
Yes.
C29, which is 7667.
So this is, again, standing in the backyard, and this is the back of the house. So I'm photographing from this area here, and I'm shooting the back of the residence.
Okay. And C32, which is 7670. Can you tell us where we are now?
That's still in the backyard. When I'm photographing the rear of the residence, and you can also see I'm getting further towards the red barn here on this side. And this is just showing an overview of what the back of the residence, the yard, fences, that type of thing.
And again, that's for whatever evidentiary value it may hold. At that time, I assume you don't know if it holds any evidence.
No, and it's for documentation purposes as well. To be able to document it as it is when we're there.
Okay. And then C42, which is 7680. Can you tell us where we are now?
Yeah, we're in front of this. We're right here at this red vehicle right here. And we're standing in front of the red barn on the driveway. And that's a photograph of a red Jeep that was in the driveway at the time I was there.
Okay, so we've made it all the way around that house almost.
Correct.
At that point. Okay, and C43 is 7681. And again, that's that same Jeep, and you can see the house kind of there on the left.
That's correct. It's a photograph just showing the back of the Jeep. And it would have been taken in this area, and you can see the house in the background.
Okay. And C49, which is 7687.
That's a silver vehicle that was parked in front of the barn. And that's a photograph from this side over here, documenting the passenger side of the vehicle.
Okay. And you did also document the driver's side, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. C49, which is 7687. Oh, that's the same. Ignore me on that one. C47, which is 7685.
That's it's standing in the driveway here, and it's standing at the front driver's side corner of the vehicle, kind of a mid-range overall photograph just showing the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay, and C51, which is 7689? That's standing in the driveway closer to the silver car back in this area. And all that is a photograph which documents the positioning of both of the vehicles in relation to the barn. Okay, and then C52, which is 7690?
So again, this is an overall photograph standing in the driveway behind, back in this area. And that is a photograph showing the relationship between the red car and the residence.
Okay. And then also C53, sorry, 7691.
That's a red vehicle that was it was pulled off the driveway right in this area here. And I'm just documenting from the rear driver's side corner, license plate number, overall picture of the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay. And C55, which is 7693?
That's the same Pontiac that's sitting right here in the driveway. And this is a photograph that I'm taking from the passenger side front corner. So I'm standing over here in this grassy area, taking the photograph back towards the house.
Okay, and C58, which is 7696?
That's a photograph back from this grassy area back in here, and it's just an overall photograph showing where the vehicles are at in the driveway.
Okay. And then C59, which is 7697?
So that's back here again in this grassy area off the driveway, and that's a photograph just showing the residence and the driveway and the vehicles. It's basically made it all the way around the house at that point.
Okay, perfect. And do you ultimately collect items from the outside of that residence?
Yes.
And did you collect, I believe you indicated that the deputies had showed you a cigarette butt or butts, I
Yes,
guess,
there were-
plural?
Yeah, there were two of them.
Okay, and did you collect both of those items?
Yes, I did.
Okay. C65? 7703.
That photograph there is from, it's this little grass area between the driveway and this sidewalk right here. So it's in this leading up to, in the photograph, the entry is right here to the house. So this sidewalk leads up to a porch, and then you enter the house. So this cigarette butt, I have it marked as item number 1. That's what the yellow placard signifies. So I've got it marked as item number 1, and it's in the grass area leading up to the residence.
Okay. And is it typical for you to kind of take that broader view picture first to demonstrate where an item was recovered from?
Right. Usually, typically on any type of item that we collect as evidence, there'll be 3 different photographs taken of each item. It'll be an overall photograph, which is what we're seeing here, showing the general relation to the scene itself. There'll be a mid-range photograph, which will move in a little bit closer, maybe getting a little bit more detail, more focused on the item itself, and then a close-up photograph of the item, which will be centered solely on the item and showing characteristics of that item versus the scene.
Okay. So to that end, C61, which is 7699.
That's the same item number one, that cigarette butt that's there in the grass. And this is what you would consider a mid-range photograph where we've gotten narrowed in on the actual item itself, and not so broad as the overview.
And then C62, which is 7700.
And again, that's the close-up photograph, and what it's showing is the item itself. And the placard does have a scale on it, and the photograph will show us the brand and the if any characteristics that you might be able to catch on it.
Okay. And did you, talk to us about, now you've marked it, you've taken those photographs, what do you do next with that item?
Once it's been marked, photographed, if there's a reason to take a measurement, so this is at this point we would take a measurement. In this particular instance, there was no real reason to take a measurement because we had a reference. It was by the sidewalk. It was leading up to the house. So the final step is to collect it, and when it's collected, it's packaged in an envelope and sealed and initialed.
Okay, and who does that?
That would be either myself or Special Agent Roser, but in this particular situation, it was myself.
Okay. And then after you have collected it, put it in an envelope, marked it, and sealed it, what do you do with the items that you collect?
It varies depending on the situation. Some agencies that we process crime scenes for, they will want us to turn the evidence over to them. In this particular situation, we had other BCI agents involved, and they were going to assist in the investigation, and ultimately the items were going to go to the crime lab, or some of them were going to go to the crime lab. We took possession of these items and we stored them in our temporary evidence until they were submitted to the lab.
Okay. So in this instance, unlike in some other instances, BCI actually took possession of the property as opposed to the requesting agency.
That is correct.
Okay. And that was based mostly because they were also invited to help investigate too.
That's correct.
Do the
They were called to, BCI as a whole, as an agency, every division was asked to help in this investigation, so requested to help in this investigation. So it just made sense for us to retain the evidence as well.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit C405, and if you could just look at that envelope and tell us what that is.
That is an envelope that I have marked as evidence number one, and it says one cigarette from the front yard. It's got my name on it, and it's been sealed and initialed.
Okay. And are there also markings on that envelope, Lieutenant, that would indicate that it was also sent to the lab?
That is correct. It also has a tag on the top here that shows that it was submitted to the lab, and it gives the date and the case number for the laboratory.
Okay. And Your Honor, I believe the parties have a stipulation regarding this C405, specifically that this is a cigarette butt identified as BCI item number one. Also lab number one was sent to the lab for DNA testing. There was insufficient data on this item for DNA comparison purposes.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct, Judge.
The jury is instructed that the jury is to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through testimony here in the court.
And Lieutenant, I believe you testified that there was an additional cigarette butt that you collected from this scene.
That's correct.
Okay, C72, which is 7710. Can you tell us if you recognize anything in that photograph?
Yes, this photograph is an overall photograph, and it's showing placard number 2, and it's just off of the front porch of the residence in the grass there. And
Okay. And C74, which is 7712. And
again, that's placard number 2, which is denoting the cigarette butt. That's more of an over mid-range photograph, and it's there in the grass by the front porch.
Okay, and C75, which is 7713.
This is a close-up photograph of that same item, placard number 2, the cigarette butt that's in the front yard by the front porch. Then that's just a close-up photograph.
Okay, and are you able to tell if those are the same brand?
Yes, they are.
Cigarette, okay. And again, did you collect that item according to your standard operating procedures as far as placing an envelope, marking it, and sealing it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit C406. Again, if you could look at that item and please
Sure.
let us know what that is.
This is a manila envelope that has my name on it, and it's evidence item number 2, and it's a cigarette from the front yard. Like I said, my name's on it. It's sealed, and it also has a laboratory sticker on it to where it was sent to the laboratory.
Okay. And Your Honor, once again, I believe we have a stipulation regarding State's Exhibit C406. Again, it is a cigarette butt identified as BCI item number 2. Lab number 6 was sent to the lab for DNA testing. Hannah Rhoden's DNA was on this item.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct, Your
The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact, as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
And Lieutenant, are those the only 2 cigarette butts that you found and collected at that scene?
That is correct.
And did you ultimately also collect that $5 bill that the deputies had isolated for you?
Yes, that was, I believe, item number 3.
Okay. C271, which is 7911. And can you tell us what that is?
That's your, that is an overall photograph showing the placard number 3 next to the $5 bill, and basically just an overview showing the identification with the placard.
Okay, and then C272, which is 7912.
This is moving in closer on the item, closer to the mid-range area of the photograph of the item. And again, it's item number 3. It's a $5 bill, and it's photographed from the same angle.
Okay, and then C276, which is 7916. I believe that will be our close-up.
That is a close-up photograph, item number 3, the $5 bill. It's just showing the item itself, and that it was a folded $5 bill.
Okay, and again, you collected that item in the same manner that you collected items 1 and 2, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And Lieutenant, when you are saying that BCI then secures it, do you have a secure area to secure evidence in?
Yes, we do. We have an evidence room actually in BCI that we can store evidence. We also have a temporary evidence. So like if you're out in the middle of the night or on a weekend, outside of normal business hours. You can put evidence in. It's locked, it's has controlled access, and it's also under video surveillance. So it's pretty secure.
Okay. Handing you what's been marked as C407, and once again, if you could please let us know what that is.
This is also a manila envelope, and it's got my name on it, the date, and it's a U.S. currency, one $5 bill from 3122 Union Hill Road in the backyard. It's also got a laboratory sticker on it from where it was submitted to the laboratory, and it's sealed.
Okay, and the writing that appears on that white label there, which kind of gives a description of the details of the item that's contained within.
Yep.
How is that generated?
That's generated, this evidence, what I was reading off of there on the front here, that's generated through a computer program that we take on, that we had on scene, and we type our evidence into basically an iPad, and then it maintains a list for us and the item numbers, the dates, who collected it, and then we can print that out as an inventory sheet, and we print this label off while we're on scene to put actually on the packaging of the item. So it's generated by us, crime scene agents.
Okay. And, Your Honor, I believe the parties have a stipulation regarding this item. State's Exhibit C407, which is a $5 bill found in the backyard of 3122 Union Hill Road, identified as BCI item number 3, lab number 24, was sent to the lab for DNA testing. There was insufficient DNA for comparison, on this item for comparison purposes.
Mr. Parker.
That's correct, Your Honor.
The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation that was just given as being established as fact, as fully as if it had been established through testimony here in the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant, did you also photograph the inside of that red garage/barn structure?
Yes, I did.
State's Exhibit C78, which is 7716. And can you tell us what we're looking at in that photograph?
That's a photograph of the entry door, the walk-in entry door that gets you into this red barn here. And it's on this side here of the barn. And that's just a photograph, an overview photograph showing the door, and that basically I'm getting ready to walk in that barn.
Okay. And when you walked into that barn, was there first a kind of a smaller area that was partitioned off?
Yes.
C77, which is 7715. And can you tell us what that is?
Right. That's the as you enter through the entry door, that portion was concreted, and it was a small portion of the barn, but the floor was concreted, and there was a wall separating it from the other side of the barn.
Okay. C82, which is 7720.
And again, that's still standing close to the entry door. The entry door would be behind us in this photograph, but that's just showing different angles of that section of the barn.
And C81, which is 7719. And again, Lieutenant, are you working your way around this room with your camera just to kind of give a kind of a 360 view of that?
That's correct. It's just to document, overview photographs to document everything in that area.
And again, at this time, you do not know if there's anything of evidentiary value in this location, but you're documenting it in the event that there does become something that's relevant, correct?
Yeah, one of the parts of crime scene processing, once you've documented everything, you've collected everything that you've identified, we always search everything. So eventually, this barn was going to get searched anyway, so I'm documenting it before that happens. The same as we would a house, a garage, anything. So.
Okay. C2 or C79 rather, 7717.
That's again in the barn, I think I referred to it as kind of the finished portion. It's got a wall and concrete, but that's a picture of a treadmill that was in that section of the barn.
Okay. And then C93 7731. I believe now you've worked your way completely around that area.
Yeah, that was just showing one of the walls, and you'll see the treadmill, the handle to the treadmill is in the photograph, and that was just some writing on the wall, and the entry door is, as you're looking at the photograph, the entry door is on the left-hand side there.
Okay, so that's the door you had entered the garage.
That's correct.
Or the structure in. Okay. And then did you also go into, not, because if you go out that door, you would be approaching the residence, correct?
That's correct.
Did you go the opposite direction and go into the larger kind of garage area of that structure?
Yes, I did.
Okay. C83 7721.
So this is an overall photograph, and if you remember where the doorway was from the finished portion, this takes you out into what I consider the unfinished portion. There's no concrete; it's a dirt gravel floor. It's not finished, this is a photograph from standing at that doorway. Overview photograph showing one portion of that section of the barn.
Okay. And then C85 7723.
And again, that's standing there in the unfinished portion. You see there's same white car we saw in the other photograph. And that's, again, just taking overview photographs, documenting everything that's in that side of the barn.
And again, just kind of doing that kind of panoramic view, right?
Kind of, yeah.
C86 is 7724.
Again, that's the same thing. Standing in the unfinished portion. We've worked around now about 3/4 of the way, documenting the barn itself, overview photographs.
Okay, and then C90, which is 7728.
So that's, again, moving further around the inside of the unfinished area of the barn. That's the backside or the inside of the overhead garage door that we see on the front there.
Okay, and there's a door there on kind of the mid-right, just right of mid in that photograph. And is that the door that you entered from that
That's correct.
Smaller room?
That would be the entryway, the entry door into the unfinished part, yes.
Okay. And just for completeness, C91, 7729, you've now basically made it back to where you'd started.
That is correct. Yep.
Okay. Before we go any further, do all of the photographs that you have viewed thus far fairly and accurately depict both the outside of that residence and the inside of that structure as you found it that day on April 22nd of 2016?
That's correct.
Okay. Lieutenant, did you ultimately enter that residence as well?
Yes.
And again, I believe you testified that you try to do it in a clockwise manner to the extent that you're able.
Yes, it's always good to have a plan, but sometimes even the best plans, you have to alter them a little bit, so.
Okay. And in particular, was this residence somewhat of a challenge to that, or was it designed in a unique or a different fashion?
It was different in the fact that it had an addition on it, and it had additional bedroom, so it wasn't your standardized house trailer. It had been added onto, there had been bathrooms added, bedrooms added, so we basically made the decision based on what some of the processing we had to do in it. We basically started in the first bedroom we came to, which was clear at the end of the house, and then just worked back around to the final bedroom. So it kind of was clockwise, but not necessarily.
Before we go any further with that, I wanted to show you State's Exhibit C-436. And can you tell us, first of all, what this is?
That is a diagram of the interior and some of the general evidence locations inside 3122 Union Hill Drive.
Okay, and again, that's the scene that you processed on April 22nd of 2016.
That's correct.
And on that diagram, again, we've already had testimony that this is not to scale. Is that a true statement?
That is correct. It is not to scale.
Okay. But regardless, it does give a general layout of that residence.
Yeah, that's how the residence was laid out. Yes.
Okay. And on this diagram, you see number 1, number 2, and number 3 that appear to be outside of the residence. Is that correct?
Right. What that's referring to are the items that we collected outside, the 2 cigarette butts and the $5 bill.
Okay, thank you. And Lieutenant, when you say that you did the far bedroom, can you tell us which direction you went when you first entered that residence?
So
and which bedroom are you talking about?
I'm talking about this bedroom here at the very end. That's pretty much where we started as far as evidence collection. And then we just worked from this bedroom and finished in what we labeled as bedroom 3.
Okay. So that first one that you did was bedroom 1?
Yes.
And then the second is obviously bedroom 2, and then the final one there.
Yep.
And can you tell us, Lieutenant, if you walked through that residence first, photo documenting the house as you found it before manipulating anything within the scene and collecting it?
That's correct. The house was documented through photography before any collection of any items from the interior.
Okay. C-94, which is 7733. Yes, thank you.
That's a photograph of the front entry door. Obviously, the storm door there opens to the outside. That's the main entrance to get into the residence.
And is that the entry that you used
That is
that
correct.
day? Okay. C-95, which is 7734. Can you tell us what that is a photo of?
That is a photograph that shows the, as you stand at the entrance, the main entrance, that is a photograph that is showing this bedroom here, bedroom number 1. So standing in this area, photographing down this way.
Okay. And then C96, which is 7735. Can you tell us what we are looking at and where you are standing when you're taking that photo?
Yeah, this is standing at the entryway as well, and then this is a photograph that shows this living room area, specifically a chair that was up against that wall there. But that's what that photograph is, an overall photograph.
Okay. And C97, which is 7736.
Again, standing at the entryway, and then photographing the living room area, and again, just standing in the same spot, but moving the camera to capture the room as a whole.
Okay. And C98, which is 7737.
Same thing, this is the living room area, but this is standing in this area and then photographing this direction. Overall
Okay.
photograph.
And C99, which is 7738.
And again, that's just another standing here, another overall photograph, photographing towards the back, which you'll see on this diagram, the living room kind of flows into the kitchen. That's all that's showing, is that photograph showing is this area of the living room and the kitchen.
Okay. And then C101, which is 7740.
So this,
Go ahead.
this is a photograph moved in the room, so I'm not at the entryway anymore. I'm on the carpet in this area here. But this is a photograph showing the back wall of the living room, the television, and part of the kitchen.
Okay. And then can you also see to the left of the refrigerator there, a passageway that leads back to, I guess if you can show us what we're looking at there on the
Right,
diagram.
so the photograph, it shows us this area here, and this is an addition that you enter from the kitchen. The entryway is from the kitchen. That's what you're seeing next to the refrigerator there is the entryway into this addition. And you're also seeing this little hallway right here in the photograph off the kitchen.
So you can go either direction.
You can go
at
either
that
way,
point.
yep.
Okay. C103, which is 7742.
This is a photograph standing in the living room, and this is a couch that was along the wall here.
C111, which is 7750. And what are you showing there?
That's a close-up of the locking mechanism on the entry door, the deadbolt and not the deadbolt, the bolt, and also the handle. That's just to document whether there's any damage or if there's any forced entry that may show up on the door, pry marks, anything like that. That photograph is just to document the state of both the locking mechanisms, the handle, and the door itself in that area.
Okay. And is that something you customarily do when you're processing a crime scene?
Yes.
where there's been entry made into a residence.
Right, and it doesn't necessarily have to be on a homicide scene or a death scene. It could be a burglary scene, but we'll do the same documentation on the burglary scene.
And again, just to be used for evidence during the investigation to possibly determine points of entry.
Right,
Okay.
if you don't see forced entry or nothing looks like it's been tampered with, you can try to look for other points of entry that may have been used.
Okay. Taking you back to C95 again, 7734, just to kind of orient us as we work our way to the right of that front entry.
So this is, again, standing in the entryway. In the photograph, you see the entry to this bedroom, bedroom number 1, and then you see the door to the bathroom, which is right in here.
Okay. And C107, which is 7746.
So that's a photograph standing at the entry door to the bathroom, and that's just a photograph of the bathroom, contents of the bathroom, bathtub, toilet, and sink.
Okay. And Lieutenant, did you ultimately look at that closer? Did you find anything of evidentiary value in that particular room?
No.
And then C104, which is 7743. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yeah, this is moving in from the entryway closer to, from the main entryway to the house into bedroom number 1. That's just an overall photograph showing this doorway, and then I'm moving into bedroom number 1 to start documenting it.
C113, which is 7752. And what are we looking at there?
That is standing at this doorway to bedroom number 1, and that's a photograph straight through. There's a backpack and some clothing that was on the floor there, right here in this area in the bedroom.
Okay. And you should not publish anymore, please. Thank you. C114, which is 7753. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That's a photograph of I was in the room taking a photograph of the bed from this angle here. Just an overview shot of overview photograph of the bed.
What number was that?
775.
Okay. C122, which is 7761. And again, Lieutenant, can you tell us what we are looking at there?
That is a photograph from the standing in bedroom number 1, close to the foot of the bed on this side, and that's documenting what's in the bed, on the bed, and around the bed.
Okay. And what did you observe to be in that bed?
And there's a deceased white male. He had previously been identified by first responders as Christopher Rhoden Jr. He was laying in bed on his stomach. He was covered by a red comforter, and it appeared that he had been shot multiple times in the head.
135, which is 7774. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
We're moving into more of a mid-range photograph, just having not disturbed anything on the bed, just documenting the state of the deceased and what is around him. This is more of a medium-range photograph.
C141, which is 7780. What are you documenting there?
That's more of a, that's a close-up, and that's Chris Jr.'s face and head, and that shows how he was laying in the bed. It also shows partially some of the wounds that he suffered in his face and head area.
Okay, you can minimize that, please. And Lieutenant, again, is this how you found Christopher Rhoden Jr. in his bed when you first entered that residence?
That's how, yes, that's how he was when I first started photographing the residence, yes.
Did you also document other injuries to the back of his head?
Yes. I took a close-up photograph, a medium-range photograph of, looked like there's at least one that I could tell at the time, gunshot wound to the back of the head.
Okay. C145, which is 7784. And is that the, I guess, mid-range photograph that you took of?
That's correct. That's Christopher Rhoden Jr. In his bed, and that's documenting the back of his head as it was that day.
And Lieutenant, from the front of the photograph, the cover looks pulled up more, but clearly here in the back, from the back view, you can tell that part of his back was exposed. The cover was not covering all of his body, correct?
That's correct. That's how you get the blood further down on the shoulder area. There wasn't anything to stop the blood from going there.
Okay, you can minimize that. And again, Lieutenant, that was how you found him. You did not manipulate that
No.
blanket or covering at all?
No, that is the state that I saw him in and photographed.
And State's Exhibit C121, which is 7760. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That is bedroom number one, or Chris Jr.'s bedroom. And that's a photograph just showing this wall here of the bedroom and the contents of the room.
Okay, and again, just as you've done previously, you're just kind of doing that
Going over.
panoramic view so that...
That's correct. Just going around the room, documenting everything using the camera.
Okay, and again, that helps also for relational purposes, I presume, you know, if you see one of the items that's in the previous photo, and then you can tell
Yes.
kind of contextually where you
Yeah,
are.
it's good for orientation purposes. If you're a couple years down the road having to recall your memory, if you do it the same way each time, then you know what you're looking at.
Okay, and referring you to kind of in that back corner, there's a door open that's closest to the bed.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
I believe that was a closet.
Okay. State's Exhibit C120, which is 7759.
So that photograph is standing, again, in bedroom number one, but pointing the camera out back towards the living room and photographing it that way.
And C119, which is 7758.
Kind of a medium-range photograph of that backpack that we saw in one of the earlier photographs. That's on the other side of it, and it shows a pair of boots that were also in bedroom number 1.
Okay. And C127, which is 7766.
That's at the corner, we're still in bedroom number 1, but that's at this corner of the bed here, close to the wall.
Okay, close to the wall and kind of near, between the bed and the closet.
Between the
Is
bed
that
and the
fair?
closet, that's
Okay.
correct.
And then C134, which is 7773. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That is that same area of the room, but that's a close-up photograph of what appeared to be blood on the carpeting there by the wall, close to the bed.
Okay. And do you ultimately come back and mark that area?
I do. I ultimately mark it as Area A and then collect a sample of it.
Okay. C128, which is 7767. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That's in the closet, or the closet area of the bedroom.
Okay,
So that's back in this area here.
okay. And C129 is 7768.
Again, that's just documenting what's in the closet and what's on the shelves of the closet.
And then C132, which is 7771. And where are you in the room now?
Now I'm standing here at the closet and I'm photographing this direction. Again, documenting Chris Jr. and the bed itself from this angle here.
C146, which is 7785.
This is standing in the room at the entryway and then photographing back towards the living room.
And C147, which is 7786.
And again, that's coming out of bedroom number 1, moving in this direction towards the living room and the kitchen.
C148, which is 7787.
We're doing the same thing, walking in this direction towards the kitchen, and I'm closer to this wall in the living room, still walking towards the kitchen.
And C149, which is 7788.
Closer to the middle of the room now, and still just photographing along this wall, photographing the living room, specifically along this area of the wall, moving towards the kitchen.
And C154, which is 7793.
So now we're in the kitchen, and I'm photographing back towards the entry door. So I'm standing in this area here, photographing back towards this way, and it's just an overall photograph.
Okay, and C153, which is 7792.
in the kitchen, again, and I'm standing in the kitchen and I'm documenting the cabinets, counter, overview of everything that's there in the kitchen area.
Okay, and again, not knowing what might turn out to be of some value.
That's correct.
C156, which is 7795.
That's, again, standing in the kitchen, taking a photograph of the sink and microwave area, and the cabinets, drawers, just an overview.
C157 is 7796.
That is a photograph in the kitchen, right at the sink, and it's a photo of 2 baby bottles and components used to make, or components that a baby bottle would use that appeared to have been recently washed.
C158, which is 7797.
Again, that's a photograph of the sink and counter area there in the kitchen. Just an overview showing that there were some dishes that had been placed in the drying strainer.
C159, which is 7798.
Again, photograph in the kitchen, photographing the kitchen area back towards the entry door, just documenting the cabinets and the drawers and the appliances.
Okay, and once again, giving that panoramic view.
Right, to show everything in the room.
C160, which is 7799.
Standing in the kitchen by the stove and photographing towards the main entry door, but straight out into the living room. And that's just an overall photograph showing the relationship between the kitchen and the living room.
Okay, and then C161, which is 7800.
That's standing in the kitchen, close to where the refrigerator. And again, it's photographing from the kitchen out into the living room area towards the entry door.
Okay, and C166, which is 7805.
So that's standing actually in the living room. This is just an overall photograph. It's standing in the living room, just doing an overall photograph showing the kitchen cabinets, counters, and the components in the kitchen.
And Lieutenant, did you also document the front door frame, in addition to that storm, or the actual door, the kind of purplish
Yes.
door that we saw? Did you also try to document the storm door that was
Yes.
on that residence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you observe any damage to that door?
No, I didn't observe any damage on either door,
Okay.
storm door or the entry door.
C168, which is 7807.
That's a photograph similar to what I had done earlier to the entry door. That's the storm door, and again, that's just an overall photograph documenting the absence of any visible forced entry or defects to the door.
And C169, which is 7808.
That's more of a close-up photograph of the latch and the handle to the storm door. And again, it's documenting that there's no defect and that it is in place and that it is functional.
C174, which is 7813.
That is a photograph of the door jamb that would latch the doors, and it's documented. There appeared to be on the one latch, there's some wear marks, but in general, just normal wear, no defects that I observed in the door jamb.
Okay. And C170, which is 7809.
And again, that's the storm door, and that's documenting that one of the hinges was off at the top. And that's just showing that the hinge wasn't attached to the door in that photograph.
Okay. And I believe there's a closer up of it's C175, which is 7814.
Yes, that's correct. That's a photograph, closer up, just showing the damage to that hinge.
Okay. And then C179, which is 7818. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That is a chain latch that was found on the inside of the entry door, so it's on the inside here. And that photograph was just to show that there's no damage to the chain. It's not pulled out of the wall, and it doesn't appear that it's been tampered with at all.
Okay. So if that had been on at the time of a forced entry, you would have expected to find some damage to that.
You would have expected to find some damage to either the chain itself or where it's attached to the wall.
And C180, which is 7819. And what are we looking at?
That's
there?
a latch that's on the screen door or that white storm door. Again, that's documenting that it is a latch and it is on the door and that it functions. That again is on the inside of the door.
Okay. And lastly, C164, which is 7803.
And that's just an overall photograph showing the positioning of the chain lock and the door jamb and the door itself. Just an overview photograph.
Okay. And now taking you to C181, which is 7820.
7820?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what we are looking at in that photograph?
That is, again, from the front entry room, front entryway, and that's down from this area here. As you come in the front, through the living room, it's down this little hallway area here.
Okay. And as you're pointing down that little hallway, first of all, we are headed back towards bedroom 2, correct?
Yes, we're headed back towards. We're in the kitchen, living room area, heading back this little hallway towards this second bedroom.
Okay. And you can also see kind of door there on the immediate left. It's the left of the photo.
Yes.
Yes. And what is that?
That is right here.
Okay,
That's that laundry area, utility room area. So we're in this small little hallway area here.
okay. So C183, which is 7822. And is that area that you're referring to?
That's correct. That's just an overview photograph, just showing that it's a laundry room, and it also what's inside that room.
Excuse me. C182, which is 7821. And again, same room.
Same
correct?
room. That's just documenting the washer and dryer and the contents of the room.
Okay. And did you ultimately look at that further, and did you find anything of evidentiary value in that room?
No, we did not.
C181, which is 7820. And again, can you tell us where we are?
Yeah, we're in that same general area. We're walking from the kitchen back this little hallway towards bedroom number 2.
Okay. And then C189, which is 7828. And again, you're just kind of trying to add a little bit more pieces to the room with each shot, is that correct?
Right, that's, again, from the kitchen area, headed towards bedroom number 2 in this area here. And we're getting closer to that entry door into the bedroom.
Okay. And C195, which is 7834.
That's actually stepping just inside of that bedroom. So it's coming right in this area, and it's photographing as you're coming in the room straight ahead.
Okay. And on the far right of that, you can see a wood panel kind of doorway, it appears.
That's correct.
Can you tell us where that is on your diagram?
That is this area here
Okay.
that would lead you down into bedroom number 3. So we're right in this area here where we're photographing.
Okay. So you enter that. I'm going to borrow your pointer.
Sure.
You would enter here, and then what we're seeing is this opening here,
That's correct.
and the rest of this bedroom over here.
That's correct.
Okay. And then what do you see? What number do you have up?
783-4.
Okay. Okay. And what do you see on the left-hand side of that photograph?
That's another bathroom.
Okay. And can you show us on the diagram where that would be located?
Right, that'd be right in here.
Okay. So those are the doors that we're seeing there that
Yep.
lead into the bathroom.
Those doors, so the photograph's being taken like this. You see the 2 bathroom doors there at the far back side of the photograph.
Okay. And again, no pictures, please. C194, which is 7833.
Again, that's standing in bedroom number 2, moving the camera, standing at the entryway or mid-room, documenting overall photographs of the contents of the room itself.
Okay. And then C193, which is 7832.
Same thing, same room, just documenting the general layout of the room.
Okay. C191, which is 7830. And now where are you and what are we looking at?
That, again, is documenting the bedroom number 2, just documenting it. Over in this photograph, we captured more of the bed than before, and I'm still standing on this side, this doorway side, when I take this photograph.
Okay. And C-198, which is 7837.
Documenting the bed, this is standing on the door, this side over here, and then documenting the bed. Obviously, we could see some blood on the bed sheet right here. And then obviously there's a comforter right there, a flower print comforter, and that's just documenting that.
Okay, and again, is this as you found that bedroom when you first entered it on April 22nd,
That's correct. That's as it was upon my arrival.
Okay, C201, which is 7840.
Now this is standing like at the foot of the bed, in this area, and then photographing the bed, and documenting what's on the bed and back on the headboard.
And C204, which is 7843.
That was a nightstand in the room, piece of paper that was on the nightstand.
Okay, C205, which is 7844. Are you able to see what the general nature of that piece of paper is?
Yeah, it's this picture is a close-up of that piece of paper, and it says April 2016 STNAs. Looks like some sort of schedule or something.
Like a work schedule?
Work schedule, yeah.
C206, which is 7845.
That's the closet, just documenting the overall for the closet and bedroom number 2.
And where is that located?
It
It might not even be marked on there, is it?
No, it's not on here.
But it is right there in that, if you're facing the bed, it's on the right-hand
It's
side
on
of the bed?
That's correct. It would be
Correct.
on the right-hand side of the bed if you're facing the bed, so it would be on this side.
Okay. And Lieutenant, did you in fact move the covering from that individual to document the position of the body as you found it?
Yes, once the bed was documented through photography, then the comforter was removed, and we documented what we found when we removed the comforter.
C207, which is 7846. Can you tell us what we are looking at there?
Once the comforter, the flower printed comforter was removed, we found who was identified as Dana Rhoden, lying on her back in the bed, a pillow covering her face, and then a pillow, as you're looking at the photograph, it'd be there on the right-hand side, clearly bleeding from the head area. So that's a photograph just documenting how she was found in the bed.
C210, which is 7849.
That is a close-up photograph, and that's documenting Dana and the pillow that's over her head, face area. Just a little bit closer photograph to get a little bit more of the detail.
Did you ultimately also remove that pillow that was covering her face?
That's correct. That pillow ultimately was removed and collected as evidence.
C214, which is 7853. 5-3?
That is a photograph, mid-range photograph, and that's documenting what we saw when we removed the pillow from Dana's head and face area. We could tell that there was at least one gunshot wound that we could tell right away. But that also documents there was some tissue and stuff that had been lost from her body, and that was there on the bed too, close to the other pillow that was sitting next to her.
And C215 or 215, which is 7854?
That's a close-up photograph, and that's of Dana. That's documenting the injuries that we could tell, obviously on the forehead and the front face area.
Okay, and that's more from the left side of her face, correct?
That's correct. It would be, yeah, being on the left side of the bed here, in this area.
And C222, which is 7861. And can you tell us now we're on the right side, do you also see wounds there?
That's correct. We discovered another gunshot wound that what we could tell at the time, there was 3 in the head and face area that we documented. That's just a close-up photograph documenting those injuries.
C225, which is 7864.
This is the bathroom that's in the bedroom. So it's this room here. And this is just overall photography documenting the bathroom itself.
Okay. And C232, which is 7871. And can you tell us what we are looking at and where you are?
So this is standing actually in bedroom number 2, and it's looking down this entryway here, this doorway, back towards bedroom number 3.
Okay. And then C233, which is 7872.
That is a photograph moving down this area here and getting into bedroom number 3.
And again, no photos, please. C235, which is 7874.
So that's coming into the bedroom in this general area here. And that's a photograph documenting what we found once we got back in there, which there was a small bed, and then there was a bigger bed, which is where we found the deceased, and that's just an overall photograph showing that.
Okay. And yeah, I don't know. Judge, I don't know what the court wants to do. I think we've been going an hour and 45 minutes-ish. I can either go to about 2 hours and we can break for lunch, or we can take a morning break and resume. It's really whatever you or the...
Well, I'm not sure how much longer we've got to go, so if this would be we could take an early lunch break if that's acceptable to both sides.
Why don't I, okay, Judge, if you don't mind, can I go ahead and finish the photo documentation of the residence, and then after lunch, I can move into kind of the evidence collection stuff?
How long do you anticipate that would take?
I would say 10 minutes,
All right.
probably.
Go ahead and do that then, and take another lunch break. That's fine.
C-236, which is 7875.
That's a photograph, overall photograph, and it's in that back bedroom, number 3, and that's just documenting the room overall.
And C-237, which is 7876.
That's in bedroom number 3. That's an overall photograph documenting the deceased on the bed that was in the room, and it also shows a baby crib, which we would see if you're looking at this photo. It's on the left there.
And again, you're just trying to document the entire room.
The entire room. This is just overall, so it's showing what's inside this room.
Okay. C-240, which is 7879.
That is standing in bedroom number 3, back towards the corner of the bed on this corner over here. And that's just photographing the crib and the bed.
C-241, which is 7880.
Again, very similar positioning, but this is an overall photograph, and it's showing the bed and the deceased.
C-243, which is 7883.
That would be standing more towards the where the crib was at, there to the in bedroom number 3. So more in this area here, and just photographing the room overall.
C-245, which is 7885.
That's a photograph over what we see in the back of the photograph is the crib, and that's just the floor there beside the bed and at the crib.
C-246, which is 7886.
That's moving in closer to the bed itself and the deceased. That's just documenting the bed there in bedroom 3.
C-247, which is 7887.
So that's an overall photograph of the deceased, who was identified as Hannah. That's the state she was in when we were in the bedroom as she was discovered. So that's just documenting how we found her there in the bedroom.
H-250, which is 7890. C-250, which is 7890.
And again, overall, next to the bed, where Hannah is, and that's just documenting what's on the floor next to the bed in bedroom number 3.
Okay, and specifically, there's another pillow on that, on the floor of that side of the bed, correct?
That's correct. There were 2 pillows on the other side, and then 1 pillow on this side that were on the floor.
And C-251, which is 7891.
That is that same pillow that's on that side of the bed that was on the floor, and that's just showing what appeared to be a blood stain on the the case, the pillowcase of that pillow.
And then C252, which is 7892.
Again, overall photograph of the bed and what's behind the bed and surrounding the bed, and also the positioning of the deceased, Hannah.
And C253, which is 7893.
That is a close-up of Hannah and her relationship to, as she's laying in the bed. That's pretty much a direct-on photograph. And what that's documenting is obviously her positioning and the state of her clothing, which she has her right breast exposed, and her left breast is covered up.
C256, which is 7896.
That's a closet that's in bedroom number 3.
Okay,
Just an overview.
all right. C257, which is 7897.
That is moving into this addition part of the residence. So this is basically coming into here and documenting the overall of the addition.
Okay, and I believe in that, again, in that upper, or kind of to the right of midline, you can see a white line in through the doorway. Can you tell us what we are seeing there? What is that white object in that doorway? Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's the refrigerator for the kitchen. So the photograph's taken like this, so you can still see that refrigerator was over here if you remember. So that's what that is in relation to the kitchen.
Okay, and C260, which is 7900. Again, you're kind of doing the same thing.
Same thing, really close to the same angle, but it's an overview of that, this area here, or this added on area. And we're photographing it's from in here towards the kitchen.
Okay, and then C259, which is 7899.
Again, it's in the addition, and it's a photograph from the room, just documenting the overall what's in the room.
And C262, which is 7902.
That's a photograph of the addition, and again, it's just showing what's in the room.
Okay, and the doorway that you can see, well, there was actually 2 doorways, right?
Yeah.
There's a door that appears to be encased in plastic to the right, I guess, and then more on the left of the photograph, there appears to be a kind of doorway.
Correct.
And tell us, first of all, where is that doorway leading to?
The doorway would be leading to this area here.
Okay, so basically where you first entered and we're taking photographs, now you're taking a photograph back towards that.
Yeah, where we were at. And then that other door, it's here. It's and it leads outside.
Okay. C258, which is 7898. And what is that a close-up of?
That's documenting that the door, the rear door from the addition, which is right here, that it's not operable. It's been closed in, it's been plastic over, it's not being used.
Okay.
No
And-
tears in the plastic, it hasn't been forced open, that's just a photograph documenting the state that it's in.
Okay. So did you attempt to open that door, and were you able to?
No, I don't recall I don't recall if I tried to open it or not.
Okay. But again, it did not appear to have been used for entry at any time recent?
No. The plastic was sealed, it was stapled, there were no tears in it, it hadn't been used in some time.
Okay. And again, Lieutenant, this is the same question for you as when you took the photographs outside and went into that barn garage structure. Do all of these pictures fairly and accurately depict the residence, the interior of that residence as you found it on April 22nd of 2016?
That's correct.
And can you tell us, while you are processing the interior of that residence, do you have on shoe coverings and gloves, et cetera, to avoid contaminating the scene?
Yes, definitely had shoe covers on, and we always wear rubber gloves or latex gloves, and we change them out very, very, very frequently throughout the scene. Whether it's photographing, collecting evidence, doesn't matter. We switch gloves quite frequently.
Okay, and I assume that's to avoid cross-contaminating any pieces of evidence?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I am finished with the interior of that residence as far as the photo documentation.
All right. It probably would be a good time to take a noon recess. We will be in recess until 1 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, while you are on recess, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case. You're to do no research at all concerning the facts or the law of this case. You're not to read, view, or listen to any reports or any accounts of this case from any source whatsoever, and you're to have no contact with participants in the case, which would include parties, counsel, and any witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything you wish to put on the record before we recess for our noon recess?
No, thank you, Judge.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Then we are in recess until 1 o'clock. At that hour, jurors, please assemble at the jury room on the first floor. You'll be brought up here from there by court personnel. for each side ready to have the jury brought up? Counsel for the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel
Yes.
for the defense? All right. The record will reflect the jury is back from noon recess, so we're right on time. The state may resume direct examination of Officer White.
Thank you. It's up there. I'm gonna put this side right back up there. State's Exhibit C436. Okay. So Lieutenant, we were talking, just before break, we had concluded your kind of photo documentation of the interior of that entire residence. One location that we did not talk about was there a cellar in that trailer?
There was.
And can you tell us where that was located?
It was an entry from the outside into the inside, so it wasn't really a basement. It was kind of like a half cellar type thing. There was access from it into the bottom of the residence itself. There was a door there which led to the outside, but it hadn't been, didn't look like it had been open for years and years and years. So yeah, there was a partial storage place.
Okay. And you indicated there was a door that led to the outside, but it appeared that it had not been used for a very, very long time.
Yeah, it had cobwebs and dust and mud, and it we even tried to open it and couldn't, so.
Okay.
It just was inoperable.
Do we have any photographs of that?
No.
Okay, so that was not documented, but you did try to open that door and you were not able to.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm focusing your attention now to but you've now gone through the entire residence without manipulating anything other than removing the covering on Dana so that you could actually visualize her. At the point that you started to process that scene, what was the first focus of your attention?
To collect the evidence. So we started in bedroom number 1, which would have been Chris Jr.'s bedroom, and then we physically started collecting evidence room by room.
Okay, let me ask you this. Did you collect shoe prints at any point during the processing of this scene?
We did. We identified an area that was right at the entry door. We saw a picture of the entry door. It was right here at the entry door, and it was plastic or vinyl tile entryway.
Okay.
So we identified that as a potential for checking for footwear impressions, and also the tile floor in the kitchen was also checked for footwear impressions.
Okay. And were you able to observe any footwear impressions in either one of those locations?
Yes, more so at the entryway there at the front door. You use oblique lighting, which is basically just a flashlight at a 90-degree or a 45-degree angle to the floor. And if, just like the transfer theory, something's taken away, something transferred. So what you're looking for are impressions of the sole of a shoe. And there's a couple different ways you can do that with the oblique lighting, or one method that we use frequently, we used in this case, was to actually take fingerprint powder and fingerprint the area basically with a fingerprint brush, and then any type of pattern that may be there that may be transferred to that tile from a shoe, the potential is then to collect that at that point. So in this particular situation, yes, the front entryway, we were able to collect some footwear impressions.
Okay. And can you tell us, would your process have been different if the footwear impressions were left in blood?
Yes.
And how would it have been different?
With footwear impression in blood, there are different ways to enhance it, and about the only way to enhance it is using a chemical. Whereas if we're just looking for an impression that's not in blood, a raw impression, using fingerprint powder will enhance it, and we can photograph it that way too. If it's in blood, it provides a different collection method based on depending on what substrate that the impression's on. Say it's a floor or whatnot. Generally, we just cut that out when it's blood related, and try to preserve that blood impression as best we can.
Okay. And do you use a chemical called leucocrystal violet?
Leucocrystal violet is one of the enhancement methods, yes.
Okay. So you first use a flashlight to try to see if there's any footwear impressions in whatever area you're looking at, correct?
Correct.
And if you observe some by using that method, then you dust it with fingerprint powder.
Yes.
And that brings out the various textures, designs, et cetera, that would have been on the sole of the thing. Very similar, obviously, to the ridges that it enhances for fingerprints.
Fingerprints, correct.
Right? Which are,
yes.
Okay. And after you have enhanced it with the fingerprint powder, what do you do at that point?
It's rephotographed, and it's rephotographed with, again, oblique lighting and various different points. So the camera stays stationary, but you move the light source around the impression. And that's to get, sometimes the light will reflect or absorb off a different detail, so you may get better detail out of the impression by side lighting it, moving the light. So that's the next step before it's actually physically collected, is to document it through photography.
Okay. And can you tell us what kind of photography are you using? Is there something specific about the photographs that you take in that situation?
In order, we always use a scale, and it's a scale that we put down to show the actual size of the impression. So in order for someone like a forensic scientist to look at that photograph and use just the photograph to do some sort of a comparison, we have to take photograph in what they call a raw format, which is an unchangeable format from the camera. So that raw format is the only thing that the scientists will look at in the lab if they're comparing the photograph. So we take, our procedure is whenever we document a footwear impression, a fingerprint, anything like that, we take it both in RAW and JPEG. So we have both types of file formats at the same time, should we need them to compare at the lab.
Okay. And much like fingerprints, do you also take lifts then of the footwear impression that you have enhanced?
We can, yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, you indicated that you found some there at that front entryway. Did you find any in the kitchen?
No, there wasn't anything usable in the kitchen, which is, sometimes you find them, sometimes you don't, depending on how much carpet a shoe's walked across, depending on, was it damp outside, wet outside? I mean, did the dampness get wiped off the shoe? There's a bunch of different factors that could lead you not to find them. And in this case, we didn't find anything usable in the kitchen.
Okay. So if you, your shoes are damp when you walk right in that front entryway, you would expect to probably find a footwear impression.
That's the best spot. As soon as the shoe makes contact with the interior of the residence, that's the best spot to find them.
Okay. And then if they walk across carpet or, you know, to get to another hard surface, you would expect some of that moisture to be detracted from that.
Yeah, the moisture, whatever's on the sole of that shoe has a greater potential of being swept away, so to speak, because of carpet and whatever grabbing it from that bottom of that shoe. So it's always best to get it right when that initial contact can happen.
Okay. And when you say it's always best to, is this your common practice with crime scenes that you process?
Absolutely. We always search for footwear impressions. Didn't matter what the crime was, especially burglaries, B&Es, armed robberies, bank robberies, that type of thing. We'll process a whole floor just looking for footwear impressions. And so, yeah, it's very, very common.
Okay. And is it also common that the first contact that the foot makes with it once they're inside the residence is more likely to produce
Yes.
results?
That's the best, yes.
Okay. .438A, C 438A.
Okay. Can you give me that number on the back?
203. Okay, Lieutenant, can you tell us what we are looking at there?
So what you're seeing here in this photograph is the entryway into the residence. So we're back over here at this entryway right here, the main door coming from the porch into the residence. And that's that tile or that vinyl that's right there at the entryway. That's what we process first and foremost for footwear impressions. And you'll see the black fingerprint powder has been all over the tile or whatnot, or that vinyl. And that's what I was explaining on how to enhance them. So at this point, they would be enhanced.
Okay. And you indicated that there, you also looked at the kitchen floor because it had similar surface, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
But between that location and getting to the kitchen, you had to walk through the living room, which was in fact carpeted,
carpet,
correct?
that's correct.
Okay. C438B, which is 214. Okay, so again, is that just the fingerprint powder that you're using to enhance?
That's correct. That's the same area that we saw in the other photograph. You see the fingerprint powder there on the floor. That's an overview shot of the collection of an impression. So it's already been documented through photography, and this is the final step, which is to collect it from the floor.
Okay. C438E, which is 220.
So that's a photograph, again, we're in that same entryway. And that is what I was explaining about the documentation with the scale and the photographs. So that's the type of scale we use for footwear, documenting a footwear impression. And that's basically just an overall photograph showing what we're going to be photographing close up.
Okay. C438F, as in Frank, and it's 222. And what are we looking at there?
So that's that same tile, and obviously you can tell that the lighting's changed quite a bit, and that's an example of that side lighting that I was telling you about. What the photograph is denoting is, if you see right up next to the scale, the long part of the scale there, you'll see a couple circles, a couple bars, some dimples, that type of thing. That's what we're documenting there, is that specific impression that's right against the scale.
Okay, and if you can, with the pointer, I guess point up onto that screen, what area specifically are you talking about?
This area right here. Then it comes down into here.
Sure.
So that's what we're documenting.
Okay, we're gonna zoom in a little bit, maybe a little bit more. And go down a little bit. Okay.
So if we're looking at this, then it's right here.
Okay.
That
And
area right there.
Lieutenant, you can tell, go ahead and zoom back out. There appears to be a lot of footprint impressions there, correct?
There's several overlapping, yes.
Okay. And do some of those appear to be boots that,
Yes.
say, first responders would wear?
That is correct.
Okay. But you were able to isolate an area that looked different to you and unique to you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And again, is this something you're trained in looking for and collecting?
Yes, this is part of the collection and searching for evidence. They have classes, I've been through a couple of these classes where it's detection and collection of footwear evidence. And, it's something that we check for just about every crime scene.
Okay. And then C438H, and it's 226. So again, same area, a little bit different lighting.
That's correct. Same impression, same floor, same location, just with the side lighting at a different angle.
Okay. And you took more than just those two photos,
Oh,
correct?
absolutely, yes.
That I am
There were several,
demonstrating?
yeah.
Okay. And again, that's for later comparison by somebody else that works for BCI in your lab, correct?
That's correct. We collected at the scene, and then a forensic scientist would evaluate it from there.
Okay. And did you in fact do a lift of that footwear impression there?
That is correct.
And can you tell us the process for that?
So in order to collect these, it's a case-by-case situation, because sometimes you just can't lift them or collect them physically. So that's where the documentation comes into with the photography. In this particular case, we were able to use a gel lift. And basically, what a gel lift is it's a sticky foam gel type long rectangle that you peel off the protection on the top of it. You can put it down over the impression, and then the sticky part of it will help absorb that black fingerprint powder, and you're left with an impression that's on the actual lift itself. Cover it back up to protect it, and it's been collected.
Okay. And again, somewhat similar to how you would lift a fingerprint for
Correct.
comparisons.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as C429. If you can look at the outside of the bag first and tell us what that is.
This is a brown bag. It's got an evidence label on it with my name on it, and it says evidence number 25, and it says 2 gel lifts pulled from front door entryway floor. It's got my name on it. It's also got a laboratory tag number. It has been sealed, and it's got my initials on it.
Okay. And so is that the gel lift that you took from that entryway there at 3122 Union Hill Road?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can go ahead and, okay, and open up that bag and remove that gel lift. Okay, and can you tell us, Lieutenant, what are you discovering there?
I got 2 gel lifts.
Okay, and I neglected, let's go back to C438G, which is 225. So 225. Okay. 225. Okay, and we have State's Exhibit C438G back up there. And in the corner of that scale, there's a green sticker. And can you tell us what that says?
It says FW2.
Okay, so what does that denote?
That lets us know that we're photographing footwear impression number 2.
Okay, So you indicated that you took more than one, you took 2 gel lifts that day?
That's correct.
Okay, so showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit C438I, and that's 210. And again, on that scale, I see the FW1, and I assume that that denotes footwear impression number 1.
1, that's correct.
Okay, so you did 2 different or 2 different locations at that same
Entryway, yes.
entryway, okay. Okay, so you've now removed 2 gel lifts from
Yes.
the bag. And if you don't mind walking in front of the jury with those 2 lifts, I don't know, is it denoted on there which one is which?
Yes, it's on the back.
Okay.
This is number 2, this is number 1.
Okay, if you don't mind stepping away and just walking along and showing them. So the longer piece is number 2 and the shorter piece is number 1. Is that
Are there any
correct?
objections to the
No objection.
publishing? You may publish it.
Thank you. So this is number 2, and this is number 1.
And those are the gel lifts that you took on that day?
That is correct.
Okay. And you can go ahead and put those back away. Are there also indications on that bag that that went to your crime lab?
Yeah, and that's what this was in the bag as well. It's from the crime lab when they analyzed it.
Okay, and that contains all the photographs that?
That they took in the lab.
Okay. Okay, so I kind of interrupted you because you indicated that you went back to Little Chris's room first, correct?
Yes,
And did you in fact collect an item from, or items from there?
yes, we did.
Okay. C278?
Which is,
Sorry, just combobulated there. C278 is 7918. And these are photos you should not publish. And what are we looking at in that photograph?
That's in bedroom number 1, Chris Rhoden Jr.'s room. What we're seeing there is a red bed comforter. It's marked with placard number 4, which is item number 4. And it's marked and photographed so it can be physically collected as a piece of evidence.
Okay. And did you in fact collect that item?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you this plastic bag that has been marked as State's Exhibit C408. Can you
Okay.
tell me what that is, if you recognize that?
It's a plastic bag, which there's a paper bag inside the plastic bag. It's got an evidence label on it. It's evidence item number 4. It's a blanket, red comforter found over a male victim. It's got my name on it. It's also got a laboratory sticker. So, and it's got my initials, so.
Okay, and then State's Exhibit C293, which is 7934. Yes. Okay, and can you just tell us what that is a photograph of?
That's a photograph that would be from Chris Jr.'s bedroom. That would be through the windows towards the red barn there on the property.
And when you took that comforter off of Chris Rhoden Jr., can you tell us if he had any clothing on?
No, he did not. C294, which is 7935. Can you tell us what we are looking at there? That is in Chris Jr.'s bedroom, in between the bed and the closet in his bedroom. And that's the suspected blood, or what appeared to be a blood stain, that I'd located earlier and photographed. Now I've got it marked as area A, and I can take a physical sample of it at this point.
And C295, or no, let's do C296, 7937. And again, what are we looking at there?
That is a close-up photograph of that area A. The yellow placard there is A, letter A, and that's what appeared to be a blood there on the floor, and that's just a close-up of it before a sample was taken of it.
Okay. And did you also collect a comforter from Dana Rhoden's room?
Yes.
C297, 7938.
So we are in bedroom number 2 at this point. That's Dana Rhoden's, where she was found. That flower print comforter, it was marked as item number 5 with the yellow placard and photographed. So that's an overall photograph of it, just showing it's where it's at in relation to the room, and it's ready to be collected.
And again, I'm going to hand you a bag. This one has been marked as State's Exhibit C409. Can you tell me what that is?
This is a brown paper bag, and it's got an evidence label on it. It says one multicolored comforter found pulled over victim, and it's got my name on it, and it's got my initials on it, and it's also got a laboratory sticker on it. Evidence item number 5.
Okay.
Counsel, what was that exhibit number?
C409. And I can, let me grab that and get that out of your way, because you're going to be very shortly. Your Honor, I believe the parties have a stipulation in regards to that comforter that was taken from Dana Rhoden's bed.
Right.
Specifically that states exhibit C409, which is the comforter from Dana Rhoden's bed, and is identified as BCI item number 5. Lab number 25 was sent to the lab for DNA testing. There was insufficient DNA on this item for comparison.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct.
The jury is instructed that the jury is to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Did you also collect the pillows in that room that I believe you testified previously that one was covering the face of Dana and the other was kind of beside her?
Yeah, there was one that was covering her face, and then there was one beside her. Both of those items were collected as evidence. Preliminary examination, it didn't appear that there were any bullet holes in them or anything. They were just placed around her head for whatever reason.
Okay, C306, which is 7947. And can you tell me what we're looking at there?
So those are the two pillows. Item number 6 denoted by the yellow placard, and item number 7 denoted by the yellow placard. Item number 6 is the one that's directly covering the face of Dana Rhoden, and then number 7 is the one that's off to her left side there as she's lying on the bed.
Okay, and C309, which is 7950. Can you tell us what that item is?
That's item number 6, which is what we just saw. So that was the pillow that was covering her face. And all that's documenting is when the pillow came off of her face, documenting what the pillow looked like. So that's what the photograph's showing.
Okay, and just so we're clear, that side was the one that was actually touching the face of
That is correct.
Dana. Okay.
Yes.
And there appears to be, obviously blood.
Yes.
But then other material that is kind of more in the center of that
Yeah,
photo. Can you tell
yeah.
us what that is?
Blood, tissue, and that's very common in gunshot wounds to have tissue or other matter, brain matter, whatever, can ooze out of the actual bullet holes themselves. So that's what we've got going on there. Or the mouth, any opening, nose, ears, you name it.
Okay, but there was not any bullet holes that went through that pillow?
No, there were not.
Okay. And C310, which is 7951.
Again, that's the item number 7, which was the pillow that was off to her left side there as she was laying on the bed. That's just denoting some blood stains that were on the pillow itself and what the underside of that pillow looked like. We could see the top side of it through our other photographs, so this is the bottom side of it, just showing what it looks like.
Okay. And again, you collected both the pillow marked with item number 6 and the pillow marked with item number 7.
That's correct.
Okay. And C410, if you can tell us what that item is.
This is the item number 6. It's got the evidence label on it. Location, bedroom number 2. Pillow found over victim's head. It's got my name on it, and it's also got my initials on it, and it's also got the laboratory sticker on it as well.
Okay. And then C411, I will trade you.
This is a brown bag, paper bag. It's got my name on it, an evidence label that says number 7. It says pillow found beside victim, bedroom 2. It's got a lab sticker on it, and it's got my initials on it.
And again, I know you're elected to say, but please don't publish anything with blood on it. And so those are the 2 pillows that you collected on that date at 3122 Union Hill Road.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I believe that we have a stipulation as to both of these items. State's Exhibit C410, which is the pillow that was found covering Dana Rhoden's head, identified as BCI item number 6, lab number 13, was sent to the lab for DNA testing. This swab was found to contain a complex mixture of DNA that was not suitable for DNA comparison.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct.
The jury is instructed to accept that stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
And Your Honor, as to item number 7, C411, which was the pillow that was beside her head, that item was not submitted to the lab for DNA testing.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct.
All right, and again, the jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given as to be established as fact as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
And Lieutenant, if you can tell us just a little bit about, some of these items are tested and some are not. Can you tell us how those decisions are made? Is that something that's made by you? Is it made by the lab or the investigator, or some combination therein?
It's a combination. Our laboratory at BCI has policies and procedures that we have to follow any evidence that we submit. So they only allow so many items on a first submission, second submission, third submission of the same case. So what we try to do, and what we've done in this case and many others, is the investigative team sits down together with the lab, and we determine which evidence items we feel are the most important that should be tested first. And those items get submitted. If we don't get anything probative from the first submission, then we sit down again as a group, everybody involved. These are the next round of things that we want to get tested. That's pretty much how it works.
Okay. And would you agree that you said most important, so things that are most critical, and then also perhaps things that are most likely to produce a result?
Right, and I mean, any piece of evidence is important in a criminal investigation, but some of them have different weights on them, right, as far as what their meaning is within the crime scene or within the crime. So that when we say most important, we mean what could be the most probative, what could set us on the right path early on, and those are what gets tested first.
Okay. Lieutenant, did you also collect a phone cord from Chris Jr.'s bedroom?
Yes, I did.
C313 7954. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That's labeled as item number 9, and that's a phone cord. It was plugged in the wall, however, there was no cell phone with it. So it was collected to be checked for potential of touch DNA. If in fact there was a phone plugged into it, it's while Chris Rhoden was sleeping, chances are the suspects took it, and that's would be why it was collected as evidence.
Okay. And then C314, which is 7955.
Again, that's just a close-up of item number 9, which is just showing that the cord was there, and there was nothing plugged into it.
Okay. And did you look in Chris Jr.'s room for the phone that belonged to that cord?
Yes, not only in the room, but in the entire residence.
Okay.
We checked and still couldn't find a phone.
Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit C 413. Can you tell us if you recognize that?
Yes, this is a paper bag. It's got an evidence label on it that says evidence number 9. It says one phone charging cord from bedroom number 1. It's got my name on it, and it's also got my initials on it.
Okay, so that is the phone cord that you recovered from Chris Jr.'s bedroom on 4/22 of 2016.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, Your Honor, I believe the parties have a stipulation regarding that phone cord, specifically that State's Exhibit C 413 is the phone charging cord found in Chris Rhoden Jr.'s room. This item was marked as BCI item number 9. This item was swabbed for the purpose of DNA testing. That swab has since been marked as State's Exhibit C 427, BCI number 23. And I'll hand that too. The swabs were sent to the lab for DNA testing. The swab of this item contained the DNA of Chris Rhoden Jr.
Mr.
That's
Parker?
correct, Judge.
All right. The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation. I'm sorry.
I need a break.
All right. Let me just finish this. The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence in the courtroom. It's been indicated that a juror needs a break, and so we can take a 10-minute break at this time. I will instruct the jury not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, not permit the case to be discussed with you in your presence, do not formulate or express an opinion concerning the case, do not know research on the case, do not read, listen to, or view any reports or accounts of the case, and have no contact with the participants in the trial. With that, we are in recess for 10 minutes. Please go to the jury room for 10 minutes to be brought up from there. absence of the jurors. It's the court's understanding that counsel for each side agrees to adjourn at this point and to begin our trial again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Is that correct, counsel for the state
That is correct, Your Honor.
and for the defense?
That's right, Your Honor.
All right. And you may step off the witness stand for this point. Bring up the jury at this point.
Wait, down in the office. We'll come back.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court is going to adjourn the trial for today, and we will pick this up tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. You'll be going home, so the court wants to repeat the instructions. Do not discuss this case with among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. Do not do any research at all concerning this case from any source at all. Do not, and that's as to the facts or as to the law, no research at all. Do not read, listen to, or view any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, including internet sources, Facebook, other social media sources, or newspaper, radio, or television. And have no contact with any participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or any witnesses. You will be leaving your notebooks on your seats and taking your badges with you. Do any of you have anything to report to the court before we adjourn for the day? All right. Anything further from the state today?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the
No,
defense?
thank you.
All right. Now, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, assemble at the jury room. You'll be brought up by court personnel from there. With that, we are adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.